de haber participado en este comité de involucramiento latino, del cual me fue de mucha utilidad para mi desarrollo personal y liderazgo.
Hello, my name is Ana Cabrera. I had the pleasure to participate in this committee of Latino engagement, and it was very useful, not only for my personal growth, but also for my leadership.
Por ejemplo, a mí me fue de mucha ayuda cuando explicaron los pasos a seguir sobre cómo sacar permisos para hacer algún cambio en mi vivienda. Otra cosa que me gustó fue aprender de los diferentes departamentos de mi ciudad.
For example, it was very helpful to me when we got an explanation of all the steps that you have to follow to be able to get a permit to make any kind of changes in our homes. Another thing that I liked a lot was to learn about all the different departments that are within the city.
Gracias a Cultivando y a la ciudad de Commerce City por involucrar a la comunidad en programas como estos para poder ser parte del cambio y las mejoras en la ciudad.
Thank you to Cultivando and for the City of Commerce City because they want to involve the community. They want us to participate in programs like this to be able to be part of the change and the improvement of the city.
Por lo cual me gustaría que siguieran dándole seguimiento a las propuestas de este comité y los anteriores. Muchas gracias.
I would love for you to please give follow-up to the proposals of this committee and the ones that came that came before us. Thank you so much.
The participants found this experience very useful and informative. Things learned while participating in the LED, the different programs and services offered through various departments. Community members expressed that city needs some of the community needs, but can improve in others. Barriers to the Latino community faces when having a specific access to the city. Language barriers to information and bilingual staff members. Important topics in the community were safety, trash and recycling services, permits, and community events for the Latino community. I would like to end this by the recommendations made by this LED number 4. The first is create educational opportunities between police department and school districts. Process improvement for transitions for when employees leave and change roles. Process improvement for obtaining permits. Enhance greenery around the city and create a new position that focuses on establishing relationships with other city organizations, for example, nonprofits, school districts, and more. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Does anybody on council have any questions or comments they'd like to make? Councilmember Douglas?
I'd like to first of all congratulate all of the graduates of the LET program. And I know so many of you, and you are my friends. I may not speak the language, but a smile and a hug goes a long ways to expressing how much I care about your community. And I am just so thrilled to have you here tonight and to know that all of you are participating and engaging and that you feel welcome here and that you know that you are appreciated as members of the community. So thank you so much, Rocio, for presenting tonight. That was an excellent presentation, and thank you for being here. And I look forward, I hope we get a picture with all of you tonight. Thank you.
Councilmember Noble?
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, and congratulations to all the graduates, and congratulations to you too, Alondra. I read through the task force report, and I think my takeaway was that there were many comments, suggestions, and questions, and I wondered what the city's actions were that have resulted. Because there's nothing worse than making suggestions and then having them fall on deaf ears. I know that doesn't work for anybody when they're participating in any of these projects. So what have you seen? And I saw the priorities there, but I know among the issues that came up regularly were the permitting process. I think we're making great strides in that area and streamlining that, so that'll be good. But what are you prioritizing, and what results have you seen and would like to see?
Cultivando hopes to continue the relationship with the city and more, the follow-up reports and recommendations. For us, it's important to go back to what it was presented and just get a process, to see where we are in the process. There were a lot of recommendations. I mean, this is the fourth cohort that we are part of it. We see a lot of improvement. As I mentioned, part of the outcomes that we have seen, it's more the bilingual and cultural staff to, build that stronger relationship with the community. And I know that is building within time, of course. What we want is just to keep, seeing that improvement, all those follow-ups that they need to be, continuing to happen in order for the people in community to feel encouraged to keep participating as well.
Right, exactly. Do we plan to do regular reports to the graduates from the 4 cohorts to let them know where we are on some of their suggestions?
We haven't done it yet, but I think it will be a great next step for us to take forward.
Okay, that would be great, and wonderful to have any of them come and speak to council or speak during a community comment as well when we have council meetings. And I appreciate everyone coming tonight when there's a big sporting event on. So thank you very much, really appreciate it. Continued good work.
Councilmember Chacon?
Thank you for your presentation, and honestly, congratulations too for the graduates. How can we support your recommendations with the city to be enforceable as a council and as in unity with your community, honestly, with our community? Your impact honestly impacts generations. So these recommendations should rise more than just recommendations. We already know how a lot of task force end up going to those kind of wayside. So do let us know how we can support you, how we can get out in community to support with you, and how we can support in the city that way too.
Thank you. I think the first step, as you see it today, is participants to feel comfortable speaking with you. And I think it's also for us to keep encourage them to show up and be part of these conversations as well.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for your presentation as well. And just along the same lines, I want to congratulate the class and thank you for coming out tonight. Thank you.
Thanks.
Councilmember Kim?
Thank you, Mayor. Question for staff, Mr. Rogers. I guess the question for you would be is who do you currently have on staff that's actually assisting, providing the updates back to the groups to advise them as far as with the recommendations that they provided, as far as where we're at, if any?
So that's a coordinated effort by obviously staff within the city manager's office, Alondra being our liaison with the Latino Engagement Task Force and with ultimately Cultivando. So we have some internal processes, and depending on the topic of interest, whether it's being able to obtain permits, right, that would be a coordinated effort with between the city manager's office, community development, public works, and elsewhere, and so forth, and continue that communication. So you have her sitting to my right, who is that direct link between our internal departments with Cultivando, with this task force, and being able to re-engage with our council once we have those continuous updates.
So with regards to the continuous updates for recommendations and all from the four different cohorts, is it possible then from within our reports that we'll be able to see as far as what that progress looks like?
I believe that is. We can talk through what
Is it-
that looks like with our community relations team, particularly Alondra as the lead. But I think we can obviously be able to bring something back to you all that captures all of those four cohorts and their recommendations and where those stand.
Sounds good. And two other things. One is I appreciate the presentation altogether. Thank you so much. How do you say it? Gracias a todos para aquí, por estar aquí. So thank you very much. That's all I've got. Thank you.
Any other comments, questions? All right, well, thank you very much for being here. Thank you very much for the presentation, the update on everything that took place. Congratulations to all the graduates, and thank you for your participation in this very valuable program.
Thank you.
All right, next up, we're going to have our oil and gas monthly update. I'll invite Dr. Rosemary Russo, environmental planner, forward to give the presentation.
Oops.
Okay, there we go. Related to Latino, before I begin the oil and gas, I just wanted to say our new EPAC cohort has an employee, Laura Martinez from Cultivando, so that will be a great partnership going forward. So on to energy and oil and gas update. At the local level, we are still awaiting some information from Civitas. Civitas is the applicant for Blue Jay and Pelican. The deadline is coming close, and if they do not submit all that information, then they'll have to follow the process. But the process is that it'll become inactive and it can be withdrawn, and then they would have to resubmit under the new regulations. At the state level, CEME, the new Colorado Oil and Gas Commission, started their public hearings. We are parties with 42 other local governments about the methane intensity verification rule and also about the GEMS rule. I'm also preparing comments for the PUC. They're due this Friday about pipeline maps and leak detection. So the proposed rules would be to have accessible maps of pipelines, also to have the operators have leak detection on the pipelines, and then also to produce an annual report. Because currently, the only reporting that is required is if a leak results in a death. So if we have a leak that doesn't result in a death, they aren't required to report that out to the public. So those are the changes that we'll be commenting on. I'm just going to start calling them their new name, CEME, because it's easier. They are working on their database. So they have a new database about cumulative impacts called CITER. And so they're working to improve that database to add more information about cumulative health impacts. The state also published a new regulation about plugged and abandoned wells. So we've shared that with one of the developers. Basically, the new regulation requires a developer to register as an operator or hire someone that's been approved by CEME to make sure that any plugged and abandoned wells are removed in accordance with the new regulations. So that applies to Settlers Crossing. I mentioned that in our study session. So we have given them that information, so they're aware of it. Switching to clean energy, this is our last month with the National Renewable Energy Lab with our technical assistance grant. Basically, they are helping us map out some baseline resources. So what that means for us is they're looking at what are our most cost-effective ways to promote solar. So basically, the rule of thumb is like utility scale solar, community scale solar, ground-mounted solar, and then roof solar. And so they're giving us guidance about brownfield developments or some of, not some, the very many warehouses, which ones might be suitable for solar. And then also, they are providing information about residential and business programs. And then related to that is the whole sequencing of solar. So really, before you implement any solar programs in a community, you really need to look at energy efficiency. So we've spent some time on the energy efficiency, and that makes sure you right-size your solar. So we've done a lot of discussions about energy efficiency programs. Again, we're putting all that information up on the website. We're redesigning the website for sustainability. And then we've also been discussing how to reduce costs of solar. So that involves what kind of programs can we have for workforce development, what kind of bulk purchasing campaigns could we implement here in Commerce City, and then also just advocating for the programs that already exist. So I've been working with the affordable housing, so they're aware of some of the programs that for free weatherization and the RAP programs, and then looking at how we can expand those into the community. And then switching gears to Suncor. Suncor does have a new VP. We're making some progress about the weather station. That will help us determine where the emissions are headed. You may have heard there is currently an oil spill over at Suncor that our fire department is investigating. I haven't received anything from the state yet, nor has Jason, but we have contacted Suncor and the state as well. And then we have been working with Denver, Commerce City, Adams County, and Boulder about coordinating our research on air monitoring. So we've had our third meeting now of making sure that we are sharing all the data, so we're working smarter, not harder. You might recall Suncor, last year we looked at Suncor's fence line monitoring plan. That was a new regulation last year. It applies to Suncor and two other facilities, so Sinclair and Phillips 66. So their fence line monitoring plans were submitted to the state. Phillips 66 was posted on our website. I reviewed it. I thought it was a good plan. I gave them comments, but city leadership and CDPHE will be meeting this week to talk about those two other fence line monitoring plans. So similar to Suncor, it was a new regulation about benzenes and toluenes and continuous monitoring. So that is all I have for you this evening, but I'm happy to entertain questions.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate your presentation as always. Councilmember Noble.
Thank you very much, Dr. Russo. I'll go back to the oil and gas update first.
Okay.
When you now write Pelican-Reunion, do you know where the well bores are directed?
South from where their pad is. So,
Have you seen a map of the directional well bores?
yeah, that was part of their application.
Okay, could you post the map of the directional well bores on the city website, please?
Sure.
For both of these, I think that would be important for people to see. The other point I want to make is about Suncor, and of course, we all saw the multiple reports on the fact that Suncor has the worst pollution in the nation among refineries. That is, if we weren't already concerned enough as it is, that certainly sends it into a new trajectory. It's very frustrating. It's frustrating that there is another issue happening tonight at the Suncor facility. Anything that leaks into any creeks goes into South Adams County Water and Sanitation District's irrigation ponds. Those irrigation ponds are what water our yards and our fields and our agriculture. So I just want people to keep that in mind. Thank you.
And just so you know, it wasn't an oversight that I didn't list the exceedances. So the exceedances haven't been updated since May 15th. So it's like April 15th to May 15th. So the next one isn't due till June 15th. So it's, I'll put that in the weekly report or at our next monthly update as well. But I did check this afternoon to see if perhaps they got listed, but.
Are there any other comments or questions? Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you for the presentation, as always. So you're saying that there have been exceedances all those months, but they haven't been posted, is that correct?
No, no, they're up to date. So they
Oh,
post the
okay.
exceedances every month, but the way that the schedule's been turned around a little, that we're a little off cycle. So they're not, their exceedances are listed up till May 15th.
Oh,
And the
okay.
next one would be May 15th till June 15th. So this Friday.
All right, thank you for that explanation, I appreciate it. And look forward to seeing that map posted on the website, because people in that area are definitely watching and interested, so thank you.
And Councilmember Noble and the Assistant City Manager and I did attend a meeting with the Arsenal, and we've connected them with some state regulators to make sure they're aware of impacts that could happen by fracking anywhere near the Arsenal. And so we've made those connections because EPA hadn't been like a referral for Adams County, and even though some of these things are outside our city limits, it could impact our city. So we're trying to start that dialogue.
Is that the same group that Sandy Jakewith
Yep.
is a part of?
Yes, that's
Okay, yeah, I know who that is. I will definitely, I just found out about those, so I will definitely be at the next one. So, thank you.
Any other comments, questions? I see none. Thank you again, ma'am. Appreciate your time and all the hard work.
Well, thank you for getting me out here in time to see some Colorado basketball history, I hope.
Well, Ms. Geiger,
You're gonna ask me if you can call the URA early?
no. But we can't go into executive sessions that are supposed to last for an hour when we only have 20 minutes. And we can't go into URA early because.
What you could do is you can move now to amend the agenda and have, Mr. Rogers could do his update.
Perfect, thank you. Does anybody on council wish to make a motion to remove Mr. Rogers' report forward in the agenda? Councilmember Hurst?
So moved.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Second.
I have a motion and a second to amend the agenda to have Mr. Rogers provide his update. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Would also like to state for the record, Councilmember Hurst is present. And now, Mr. Rogers, if you would be so kind as to give your report.
Thank you, Mayor. Coming out of the city manager's office last week, we discussed how we were going to be funding the Paradise Island pool repairs. Point of clarification, we are going to be using $175,000 from our 2K contingency, as that was a 2K project. and we will be actually using 207,000 from our loss contingency in support of EV chargers at the Civic Center and also Eagle Point. We are awaiting word back from the contractor that we are working with on the installation on completion date for those 4 chargers at those 2 locations. Within economic development, Volunteers of America is having a grand opening celebration this Thursday, June 15 at 10 a.m. to open their new Aging and Nutrition Service Center in Commerce City. That address is 4915 East 52nd Avenue. Looking forward to having that amenity open to our community. We are also providing a bilingual small business counselor from the North Metro Denver at our Small Business Development Center for free. And these are confidential in-person consulting appointments. Assistance is provided on a variety of topics, including startup assistance, business plan development, financing, and marketing. With respect to public works, we established our sweeping program again for Route 1, which is Quebec Parkway west to Magnolia Street, East 64th Avenue north to East 80th. Route 1 had 2 complete passes. We had about 10 loads of sweepings to take to the landfill after conducting that program in our core city. With respect to mowing operations, those were resumed, weather permitted. Highway 2 southbound is now nearly complete. We have completed Quebec Parkway. Staff is also spending time this week and from last week at Frontera and Turnberry Parks, cutting back plant material, pulling weeds around various landscaping areas. We continue to mow the perimeter fence line at the Ragweed Draw open space and Second Creek open space. Our contractors are also assisted us with replacing dead and messing plant material that you find in and around the Civic Center. Staff has begun pre-construction service meetings to go over the scope of work with Jalisco, which is a local contractor here in Commerce City and was selected by CDOT as the construction manager general contractor for the Vasquez US 85 project between East 60th Avenue and East 62nd. In particular, this is for the 62nd and Vasquez intersection improvements for that project. Staff also attended a stakeholders workshop for CDOT's Vasquez 85 project for multimodal and freight considerations. PRG, Camo to College, only had 60 players, but many more from the community came out to visit the Wall of Remembrance. We don't have an exact number of who came out during the time frame of 6/8 to 6/11, but there were a number of participants taking in that amenity. Monaco Park Construction, PW, is conducting a final review of the draft construction drawings. Once that is complete, an RFP will be posted hopefully at the end of June with a contractor chosen by the end of July so that we can then begin that work. Just as a catch up from the weekend of June 4th, on that Sunday at the Adams City High School, we had the 2023 spring recital theme was Icons of Music. We had over 700 guests and were treated to performance from 134 dancers. In anticipation that the Nuggets will pull it off tonight, we have made certain adjustments to staffing in the police department to help ensure that the safety of the community in the event they do win. Once again, momentous occasion if they are winning. Don't jinx it, Sarah. Community relations staff is planning and promoting the second City Council Ward Town Hall, which will be hosted for Ward 2 this Wednesday from 6 to 7:30 p.m. But by Mayor Pro Tem Alan Thomas at Eagle Point Rec Center. Staff will continue working with each ward council member leading up to each town hall. Staff is also helping to plan and promote a number of other city events, including the city's first Juneteenth celebration and events in partnership with the DEI Commission. Today we had the flag raising ceremony, which was kicked off with our Mayor Pro Tem giving an opening speech. And then we will be having next Monday a community celebration with food and activities at Pioneer Park from 5 to 7 p.m. The first in this year's Music in the Park concert series presented by the Cultural Council will be coming up this Thursday from 6:30 to 8:30 p.m. at Veterans Memorial Park. The concert will feature the band Remezcla, along with food trucks and activities, and a chalk artist helping us reveal a brand new logo to brand Commerce City's recreation programming. A full list of this year's concerts are available on our website with Music in the Park. This Saturday, the Senior Commission's annual Senior Resource Fair will be held at the Adams City High School from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. And last but not least, with respect to community relations, the milkweed leaves sculpture that has typically been seen within our median tower, south of East 104th Avenue, should be reinstalled over the next 2 days, with the project expected to be completed hopefully on Wednesday afternoon, weather permitting. Last but not least, I will be out of the office next week as I am moving to the city. In my capacity as acting city manager will be Kathy Blakeman. That ends my report.
Thanks, sir. Does anybody on council have any questions for Mr. Rogers concerning his report? Councilmember Noble.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Could you go into a little bit more detail on 96? Some people now are so curious that they're hopping on their bicycles and going down and taking pictures. So what we see and what's really happening can be two different things sometimes, especially when we don't come from public works engineering backgrounds.
Yes, ma'am, and I'm also going to call up Mr. Poe to join me as he may be able to give even more details. But where we are at in the stage is that the existing culvert, as of this past Saturday, as a site visit was conducted by Public Works, is in the final stages of being removed with a new culvert being installed. As you all know, we've had a number of different rain events. Some have been microbursts, others have been hail that have caused continuous issues with the overtopping of First Creek onto the roadway, which has limited our ability to be able to keep moving forward in a expeditious manner with those improvements. Mile High Flood District has made certain improvements to diversion of First Creek so that it would allow for construction activities for the replacement of that culvert and obviously the roadway itself. And we continue to remain on track for June 16th, weather permitting. But Mr. Poe, if I've fallen down anywhere, please pick me up.
You did a very good job. The only thing I have to add is that the biggest issue now is just continuing with the XL high-pressure gas line. It's a 16-inch gas line that is on the north side of 96th, and so XL's reps are going to be out there tomorrow so we can fully expose it. They can do what they need to do to protect it so that the contractor can then backfill, get the culvert in, and start rehabbing the pavement.
Well, it looked like it was rushing, the water was rushing on the weekend in the video that I saw.
It was.
And that's not in the way of completing the work?
Well, what they've done, there's two crossings basically that have occurred. One had a culvert under the roadway. The other is where the water is overtopping the roadway. So what they did is where the existing culvert is, they diverted the water away from it so that they could do the work and get the water off of them. They have pumps there. They've got some diversions, sandbags, and so forth. Once they get those two culverts in, they're going to install 3 new ones where you saw that water rushing. So that'll be sort of the overflow when the two that are on the eastern side the capacity is not there, the water will overflow into those other 3 culverts that they're building. So then they'll just switch the water.
And the trench was cut. It wasn't
Correct.
pulled out by the force of water.
That's correct. Yep.
Okay. All righty. Thank you. Good work. Keep plugging away. Mother Nature doesn't want to help, though. Thanks.
Councilmember Douglas.
Mr. Poe, I had another question for you. I'm so sorry. Tried to catch you before you left the podium. So is that the gas line that carries natural gas from Fort Lupton to the Cherokee plant?
I'm not sure where it emanates, but it does serve just about everything in the North Range for Commerce City.
Okay, yeah, because the one that goes to the Cherokee plant is actually at 24 inches, I believe. So This one being 16 inches.
Yeah, the 24-inch runs north and south, and the 16th is coming off of
Oh,
that
okay.
24-inch. Right.
All right. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure it wasn't the one that goes to the Cherokee plant. So XL will be out tomorrow then to,
Yes, ma'am.
what are they looking for? Can you tell me?
Well, we've got to expose the pipe, and before we can backfill it, they've got to put a protective sheath over the pipe itself so that any kind of the rocks or any sharp objects, when they do backfill it, don't penetrate the pipe.
Okay, so it's not, it couldn't cause a dangerous situation as
Now,
it stands?
this is all done for precautionary reasons to
Okay.
get the culverts. The culverts will have probably, they're about 14 inches of separation between the two.
Okay, thank you so much for answering those questions. You just caught my attention and wanted to have clarification on it, so thank you for that.
Any other questions for Mr. Rogers concerning his report? Seeing none, thank you very much, sir. Appreciate that. Looks like we have a little bit more time, so looking for a motion second to amend the agenda to bring forward the proclamation. Mayor Pro Tem,
So moved.
Councilmember Hurst.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to amend the agenda to bring forward the proclamation for Parks and Recreation Month in Commerce City. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, do a voice vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We'll do the proclamation this time. Mr. Gibson, would you please read the proclamation?
Whereas parks and recreation programs are an integral part of communities throughout this country, including Commerce City, and whereas our parks and recreation are vitally important to establishing and maintaining the quality of life in our communities, ensuring the health of all citizens, and contributing to the economic and environmental well-being of community, and whereas parks and recreation programs build healthy, active communities that aid in the prevention of chronic disease, provide therapeutic recreation services for individuals with disabilities, and also improve the mental and emotional health of all citizens, and whereas parks and recreation areas are fundamental to the environmental well-being of our community, and whereas parks and natural recreation areas ensure the ecological beauty of our community and provide a place for children and adults to connect with nature and recreate outdoors, and whereas the U.S. House of Representatives has designated July as Parks and Recreation Month, and whereas the City of Commerce City recognizes the benefits derived from parks and recreation resources. Now therefore be it resolved that I, Mayor Benjamin A. Huseman, on behalf of the City Council, hereby proclaim that July is recognized as Parks and Recreation Month in the City of Commerce City, and encourage all citizens to share the individual benefits that comes from parks and recreation.
Thanks, sir. Mayor Pro Tem,
Make a motion to approve the proclamation.
I have a motion to approve the proclamation declaring Parks and Recreation Month in Commerce City. Is there a second? Councilmember Kim.
Second.
I have a motion and a second approving the proclamation. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, 6:54. I think we've done enough playing with the agenda. Let's go ahead and recess until the URA meeting begins. Yes, Councilmember Douglas?
It looks like we still have all the graduates from LET. Is there any possibility that we could get a picture with them?
Do we have a photographer here?
We do in Travis Huntington, sir.
Do we? I'll be nice. All right, sure, let's go ahead and do a,
Oh, thank you so much.
and then we're recessed. URA members. Where the hell is my damn URA? All right, this time I'll call the URA meeting to order. Ask the secretary to call the roll.
Chair Huesman,
Present.
Vice Chair Allen Thomas,
Present.
Commissioner Madera, Commissioner Chacon,
Present.
Commissioner Noble,
Present.
Commissioner Hurst,
Present.
Commissioner Kim, Commissioner Ford, Commissioner Douglas,
Present.
Commissioner Tedesco, Commissioner Machuga, Commissioner Lovato. Chair Huesman, you have a quorum.
Thank you. This time looking for a motion second to excuse the members not present. Commissioner Hurst.
So moved.
Commissioner Ford. I have a motion second to excuse the members not present. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, do a voice vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next up, looking for a motion second to approve the minutes. Vice Chair.
So moved.
Commissioner Ford. I have a motion second to approve the minutes. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, do a voice vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Tonight, we have two executive sessions and two separate votes are required for these executive sessions. First, I'm looking for a motion, a second to enter executive session pursuant to CRS 24-6-402, parentheses 4, subparentheses A, to address the sale of real property, specifically Tract A and Tract B within the Mile High Greyhound Park, and also pursuant to CRS 24-6-402, parentheses 4, subparentheses E, for the purpose of instructing negotiators with regard to the same. Vice Chair.
So moved.
Commissioner Hurst.
Second.
I have a motion second to enter into executive session for the purposes stated. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, do a voice vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next, I'm looking for a motion second to enter executive session pursuant to CRS 24-6-402, parentheses 4, subparentheses A, to address the lease of real property specifically pertaining to the development of the institutional anchor within the Mile High Greyhound Park, and also pursuant to CRS 24-6-402, parentheses 4, subparentheses E, for the purpose of instructing negotiators with regard to the same. Vice Chair.
So moved.
Commissioner Hurst.
Second.
I have a motion second to enter executive session for the purposes stated. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, do a voice vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We're now going to go into a little private room and sweat. The URA will return from the executive session to take action. The meeting broadcast and recording will remain up. We're supposed to be there in approximately 1 hour. We'll see if we can get it done in that amount of time. We'll see you then. our executive session. Longest hour of anybody's life, I think. Does anybody on the URA board have a motion that they'd like to make at this time? Vice Chair?
Thank you, Mayor. At this time, I'd like to make a motion authorizing the executive director to extend the inspection period to August 15, 2023, and prepare and submit applications for a plat and amended plan unit development zoning to prepare tracks A and B at Mile High Greyhound Park for sale and redevelopment.
Have a motion to authorize the executive director to prepare and submit applications for a plat and amend plan unit development zoning to prepare tracks A and B at Mile High Greyhound Park for sale and redevelopment, as well as extend the inspection period to August 15th. Is there a second? Commissioner Kim? Second. Have a motion second to authorize the executive director to take this action. Is there any discussion? I can't support this motion. And, this just continues the frustration with this project. And, we set a date a couple months ago of July 5th and expected that date to be met. And it just over and over and over, it's just, let's just kick the can down the road and let's just extend it and extend it. And quite honestly, it's too easy to ask for an extension versus getting the job done in the time limit that's provided. So I'm going to hold staff and the potential purchaser to the standard that was set of July 5th and not vote in favor of this. I have a motion second to take this action, authorizing the executive director to prepare and submit applications for a plat and amended plan unit development zoning to prepare tracks A and B at Mile High Greyhound Park for sale and redevelopment and extend the inspection period until August 15th. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries a whole lot to one. All right, that's all we have for the URA meeting. Thank you to our two URA board members for joining us this evening for a spirited conversation. Have a good evening. This time I'll reconvene the city council meeting. Next up is a presentation on Commerce City Homelessness Initiative proposal. I'll invite Sarah Notchman, Community Wellbeing Manager, to give the presentation.
Hello, good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. Thank you for having us this evening. Tonight, we are presenting on Homelessness Prevention Support Services and Built Environment Initiative. All right, today's purpose is to provide an update on current homelessness climate and collaborations, understanding of homelessness in our community, and our staff proposal to begin addressing these barriers. So tonight we have Dr. Jamie Reif. She is the Executive Director of Metro Denver Homeless Initiative, MDHI. Paulo Diaz, the Community Safety and Wellbeing Manager. He was unable to come in person, but he is online on Zoom. We have Lindsay Earl, she's our Community Safety and Wellbeing Homelessness Administrator. Sherry Adams, our Homelessness Navigator for Community Wellbeing, and Jim Tolbert, Assistant City Manager. So Jamie is going to start off by talking about homelessness in Denver.
Thank you, Sarah. Good evening, everyone. I'm Dr. Jamie Reif, the Executive Director of the Metro Denver Homeless Initiative. We're the continuum of care for the 7-county Metro Denver region, meaning that we kind of oversee and help coordinate the homelessness response in the 7-county Metro Denver region. So the data I'm going to be presenting on initially is the 7-county Metro Denver region. I want to talk a little bit about different data sets that are available to us to help us inform the decisions that we make. So the first number I want to talk about is the Homeless Management Information System. This is a system used by providers in our region and across the state for people accessing services and housing related to homelessness. And what that allows us to do is see in real time who's experiencing homelessness, what their needs are, and what type of services and supports they actually require. So what we're able to see is that from July 1st, 21 to June 30, 2022, so over the course of a year, we had 27,860 people in our region experiencing homelessness. That's a huge difference from the number that most of you might be a little bit more familiar with. That's our point in time count. So MDHI also oversees our regional homeless point in time count, which is when we go out one night, the last 10 days of January every year per HUD requirements, and attempt to capture the number of people staying either in shelters, places not meant for human habitation, staying outdoors and encampments, things like that. And generally, that's a number that is every year reported to Congress, and that is how Congress actually resources our communities, is based on a one-night count. And you can see in January of 2022, which is the most recent data that's available, we're still waiting for HUD to release the 2023 numbers. On a single night across the region, we had 6,884 people experiencing homelessness. The challenge with that number, again, is that that is a number on one night versus what we see over an entire year, which is about 5 to 6 times that. The next number is what's called the VISPDAT. That is our assessment tool we use to prioritize and match people to housing. We get a lot of data from that because it's a very in-depth assessment, which allows us to really look at people's barriers, what they've been through, their experiences, and what their housing needs are. So with that data, we have assessed 3,695 people, again, in that same year timeframe. And then the last number you may be familiar with is the number of children that are school-aged experiencing homelessness in our region during school year 2021. And that, as you'll know, is school year 2021 during the pandemic. The number significantly decreased, but that's because we didn't have students in school. It's a little bit harder to identify them as experiencing homelessness when they're not inside our schools. So those are kind of the data that we look at. One of the things that I wanted to talk a little bit more about is the Adams County data specifically on our point in time. So you remember that's the one night point in time snapshot that we have. So last year in 2022, we had 462 people experiencing homelessness in Adams County. Approximately 274 of them were in emergency shelter, transitional housing, or safe haven programs. And then 188 were more that visible homelessness, people staying outdoors in their vehicles or other places not meant for human habitation. And again, you can kind of see that breakdown specifically for Adams County on that single night snapshot.
All right, I just wanted to include some data points for Adams County specifically of people experiencing homelessness. For March 2023 data indicates that about over 4,500 people were experiencing homelessness in Adams County. The SWAP, the Severe Weather Activation Plan, that data revealed that about 800 people experienced unsheltered homelessness at least once in the last winter year that we had for 2022 to 2023. I also wanted to include the top reasons why people stated they were experiencing homelessness on the 22 HMIS information system data as well. I want to include also one more data point. This is from SWAP, again, the Severe Weather Activation Program. This we got from Adams County. This is really unique, and I think it shows a good snapshot of people experiencing homelessness in Commerce City. So almost 80% of people at the initial intake of SWAP stated the last place they stayed was in Commerce City, all the way up until the last activation. So that's significantly higher than the surrounding municipalities. So people who are experiencing homelessness in Commerce City are immobile. They stay in Commerce City. This is their community. And the SWAP data reflects that, almost 80%. Thornton, Broomfield, Westminster, those close, or I apologize, like Thornton, Westminster, North Glen, they share a lot of overlapping clients. It's easy to cross jurisdictions, they're more mobile, but here in Commerce City, again, it's really unique. Our people experiencing homelessness stay here, this is their community. I also wanted to include, as of May, we have 74 households enrolled in our outreach program. All right, and I'm gonna pass it over to Sherry Adams, our Community Navigator for Homelessness, to talk about some updated program numbers.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for the opportunity. So from this slide, I just wanted to point out that during 2023, we're 5 months in, according to this slide, with our counts, we have already contacted 753 households. We have provided IDs or birth certificates to 16 different people. Public benefits 26 times. That number has significantly increased. And SWAP vouchers 76. One thing I did want to highlight is that the housing assessments or applications completed. I came here to Commerce City to provide a service to get people off the streets. And you can see that by this slide. Within the first 5 months of this year, we have either provide the housing assessment, which is attached to the MDHI, or housing applications filled out with individuals or households. We have housed 8 people so far this year and sheltered 22 people. Putting the numbers to people, we're going to talk tonight just a little bit about a disabled veteran, a family of 10, first-time person experiencing homelessness, and born and raised in Commerce City. So I would like to highlight a few stories. So one of the persons that I have had the privilege of working with is a veteran who did not qualify for veteran housing. I know there's a big push from HUD and from the city to house veterans. This person did not qualify because he had cancer, and he was living in his truck, had cancer, so his brother took him in, so he was staying on his brother's couch. According to HUD, that disqualifies you for homeless veteran housing because they call that doubled up. So he did not qualify. We met him, started providing services, started helping him to apply for housing. He was accepted into a low-income housing unit in Denver. We tried to find rental assistance. He was denied at 3 different programs due to lack of funding, and Commerce City Housing Authority was able to help this veteran with his first month's rent and deposit to move into his unit. He has been in his unit for a month and doing well. And the second story I would like to talk to you about is right when I first started, it was in the dead of winter. I started November 2022. I received a call from the Rangers about a gentleman under the bridge with lots of items. They wanted to know if I can go out with them. Sure, absolutely. We go out, I meet this individual. He had a lot of things, was just kicked out of a friend's house. He had a bike, several suitcases, all these things. Offered him shelter, offered him to lift him to shelter. He was afraid. He didn't want to leave everything he owned underneath that bridge. There was no way we could transport all of his items. By Tuesday, when I came back in, he was in the hospital and stood in the hospital for about 7 to 8 weeks, had severe frostbite. So, ended up getting him into shelter in Denver and working with him towards finding a forever home. That was really tough for me because at that moment, there was nowhere in our community that I could send him. And he had never experienced homelessness. He didn't know how to survive out there under the bridge. The next situation I would like to talk about is a family of 10 that was referred to us by Adams 14. They were evicted from their unit. They were about to be evicted from their unit. Forgive me, we had got the call the day before the eviction process went through. Sarah went out and met them. They had some camping gear and other items ready to be able to leave their unit. We tried to get them into motel here through our community, was not able to, tried to get them into shelter, was not able to. We paid for a couple nights. There's 8 children, and I think all of them have disabilities. The dad's in a wheelchair, the mom is disabled. The whole family is very disabled. Finally, we were able to call in a favor from Denver, somebody that I knew there. They helped them get into a transitional program. They have been there for about 3 months. Sarah's been working really closely with them as well as other caseworkers in Denver to connect them into a unit. We were able to salvage their voucher through one of the housing authorities in Adams County, and they should be moving in within the next couple weeks into a new home. It is outside of Commerce City, but they'll be getting housed. So hopefully we'll have a positive update on them soon. It's a really happy story, but it's been a lot of work to get them to that place. And then the last one I would like to talk to you about is a native Commerce City person who I've met who is a really sweet person. This individual has shopped in these stores as a young boy with his parents and has had severe childhood trauma. And during his growing up years, he's been on the streets here in Commerce City for 20 years. We're very close to him getting a housing voucher, and at that point, we will look to finding him a unit. But this has taken months and months and months, meeting every week. I try to meet with this person. Because of his trauma, it is very difficult to find services for him, to get him connected to services. I went with him to a clinic in Denver, I think 8 times, trying to connect him to medical and mental health care. And during my visit, he can't read or write, so I started filling out the paperwork for him. It was not very trauma informed. And it started talking about like sexual trauma, all these different traumas, and things started coming out during that visit that I had no idea. I had been going back and forth trying to connect this person to services, and it was difficult, and this is why. And then after that, he kind of disappeared from me for weeks. And according to a camp leader, person would not come out of the tent for days or eat because that experience was triggering. But thankfully, we were able to finally get him in. It took about another 4 weeks after that incident, and should soon have a housing voucher. Those are just 3 short stories of situations that I think take a lot of time, a lot of care, and a lot of experience of broken systems that we're working towards to help get these people to the next phase in their life. So they're no longer on the streets here. They're inside, they're getting the care that they need, they're seeing the doctors that they need, things like that. There are 3 levels of services that we are going to be talking to you all about. So currently, there are no emergency shelters in Adams County. The number of deaths for the people experiencing homelessness in Adams County due to exposure in 2020 is 1, 2021 is 3, 2022 is 5, 2023 is no known, 5 amputees, 8 frostbitten clients. As of March 2023, Adams County has had 570 shelter bed deficit. I personally just want to talk a little bit about the frostbite and amputee clients. In my experience coming here, doing street outreach for many years in the Denver metro area, helping to set up like a foot care clinic and different things like that, because I know that there's nowhere for people here to go and they do not want to go to Denver, that they're going to lose feet, making sure we try to provide the best care that we can to keep their feet safe in their hands, but it does happen and has happened. The next thing we wanted to talk to you about is the track and go. This is would give us the capability to find people during snowstorms or severe weather events, and I think you all have seen presentations on this. And there was a few severe weather events that happened at the end of 2022 into 2023, where I think these tools would have been very helpful to our team. Thank you. Jamie.
I'm back. Thanks. So a couple of models we just want to talk a little bit more about. The next one is bridge housing. So one of the challenges we find is if you have someone that's staying outdoors specifically or in shelter, they may come up for housing, right, and be issued a housing voucher, but sometimes it's really challenging to find them and then help navigate them through the housing process. So one of the models that we have found to be incredibly effective is something called bridge housing. So it's really a short-term housing solution that's continuous to ensure that a person who has received or is looking for housing in the housing search process has a safe, stable place to stay to be able to actually move them into that long-term housing solution. So again, this is one of those ways, it's cost-effective that really helps people make sure they don't fall through the cracks, specifically when they have been matched to a housing resource. The other thing I want to talk about, this is by far the most evidence-based practice that we have in this country, and particularly in our region, is something called permanent supportive housing. And what that means is a person is in housing, but not only are they in housing, they also have the wraparound supports necessary to make sure that they are maintaining that housing as well as kind of optimizing their ability to be independent. So as you can see in Colorado, this has been shown time and time again to be effective. 86% actually is our most effective model. And this really refers back to that housing first model, which this is this idea that people secure housing and then are able to receive the services, including case management, as part of that program. And I just want to stress, housing first is not housing only. When we look at housing first outcomes, meaning again, make sure a person has housing, they have stability before we provide those wraparound services. We see that they have a 73% stability rate. That's in opposition to the treatment first model where you require someone to receive treatment before they receive housing, and that has a 32% stability rate.
Mayor and Council, my job here tonight is to talk a little bit about proposal to use the ARPA funds and some of the thoughts we have and how we'd like to get your guidance to move forward. We think that you've heard tonight, there's several things that we're lacking that we need. We don't have emergency shelter, we don't have any bridge housing, and we don't have a place for our resource center, and we think we need permanent supportive housing to go along with that. I think you could see the numbers that we had earlier where we've had 93 contacts, 93 people filling out applications, and 8 people housed. And there's a reason for that, and the reason is we don't have the housing to put them in. As you know, these are the ARPA funds that we're talking about using. They must be allocated by the end of 2024 or we lose these funds, and then they must be expended by the end of December 2026. We think we can meet that, but we've got to move quickly. We don't have time to not do anything. What we'd like to propose, it really hit me this year back in December when we had a day that was minus 15. We opened up our Eagle Point Rec Center, but we closed it at 7 o'clock, and we closed it because we're not equipped to keep people in shelter overnight. We have 3 designated shelters in our emergency operations plan: Eagle Point, the Civic Center, and Buffalo Run. We don't have generators there, which is something that we need. We don't have cots and blankets. So we're proposing that we take the ARPA money and we immediately spec generators, order the generators, get the cots and blankets, and get ready for next year that we've got emergency shelter capability. We would probably keep Eagle Point as a primary, but then we'd have Civic Center and the other rec center to back it up. We think that's a really important thing we need to do. Bridge housing, as Dr. Reif talked about, is another type of housing. We think that that's an important thing, that we build units for bridge housing. We would be able to, we think we could start immediately identifying property, making sure the land use entitlement was ready. We think there's partners out there that we know they're partners that have come to us and said, we would like to partner with you to build and operate this. Our money could go towards land acquisition and some of the construction, but we have partners that can help manage this for us. And we could be ready to occupy in the spring of 2025. And these are just some examples. I think the best one is, and the newest and closest is probably the Veterans Community Project in Longmont that is out there. There's, Access Housing is working on tiny homes. And then the Colorado Village Collaboratives in Denver have other small tiny homes. These are bridge housing is basically tiny homes, as Dr. Rife said. It's not intended for long-term stay, but to get people stabilized. And then the last one, the Salvation Army property, is the pallet shelters in Aurora. And then the final thing is one that we've been talking with y'all about off and on now since I came to work here, but a resource center. But we'd like to try to build a resource center that has permanent supportive housing with it. Again, without the permanent supportive housing, this doesn't work. We don't, we can talk to people all day long, we can look for services, but we don't have places to put them. We believe that housing is the key to stabilization and services are vital to that success. We think, based on conversations that I've had with nonprofits at the Colorado Housing Conference and the amount of grant money that's out there, that we can find partners to build, help us build the units. We would envision a ground floor that would be the services, and then upper floors that would have primarily one bedroom or studio units as a single room occupancy, but we might be able to add some with more bedrooms for some of the families that we get or couples that we get. Again, there are partners to do that, so we think this is critically important to success, and I think we can find partners to do it. Again, we've already been looking for property. With your guidance tonight, we would look to engage a partner. We'd come back to you with that, start the design and get it constructed and occupancy by the end of 2025. Some examples of that, probably the newest one is Charity House in 5 Points. Same thing we're talking about. There's apartments upstairs and the services below, but there's several of these in the Denver metro and all across the country. They're very successful. What would be in a resource center? I think you asked this question at a previous presentation. And again, we would have case management coordinating the bridge housing aspect. We would anticipate building a room where we could get our medical or dental partners to come in, computer room. Several things that are really important to the homeless community that may not be housed are storage, lockers so they can put their things up. As Sherry said, the first person she talked about who didn't want to leave his items under the bridge, if we had a place with storage, we could put his items there while we were able to get him in some other type of housing. Showers, bathrooms, laundry, kitchen, mail room. That's one of the biggest problems the homeless have, is not having an address. So when they go to get a Social Security card, they don't have an address to be able to give. And by having mailboxes, it helps and they can get established and use that until they get a place. And then charging station for their electronic devices, those sorts of things. But again, we think that building is vital for that. We've had conversation with partners. All of them you see here have said they would love to participate with us, bringing their services to our facility to help and provide the service on site there. And the ones with the asterisk are actually existing Adams County partners that would be able to be with us several days a week. One of the things we need to focus on, if locating any of these, is below 88th Avenue to stay within the ARPA boundaries. We need to be near transit, and the Bridge Housing and Resource Center, if they were in close proximity so the bridge residents can access the services that are available. We would propose that to allocate the funds with emergency shelter stand up 1.5, that would put generators at all three facilities, let us buy all the cots and blankets and things that we need. The track and go, 2 track and goes would be $75,000. Bridge housing, $2 million, that would be our seed money that we would work with partners on. Resource center with the supportive housing, $5 million, and again, that would be to find a partner to work with to build the housing. If we were unsuccessful doing that, we'd come back to you and say we just want to do the resource center because we think that's critically important to have a place where people come. Very awkward now. The homeless have to come to this building to get the services, and we're not close to transit. We're not really set up to provide anything more than our people providing the case management. And then the contingency of 1.9. The intent of that is, we don't know exactly how much this is going to cost, and rather than budget everything, we wanted to leave some so that if we did need more in one of these areas, we could come back and move that money into that particular area. And then Lindsay's going to speak now about where the county is working with us.
Thank you, Jim. Hi, everyone. My name is Lindsay Earle. I'm with Adams County's Department of Community Safety and Wellbeing. Thank you for having us here tonight. So my supervisor, Paulo Diaz, unfortunately could not be here. He has some foot pain right now, but he asked me to pass along that he just can't stand the fact that he can't be here tonight. But he actually can't stand, so that's why I'm here. So everybody, I'm here for my portion of the presentation to talk about our regional alignment on homelessness. And this is an initiative that we started about a year ago. Kind of the seed of it was with the influx of the American Rescue Plan dollars. We wanted to make sure that all the municipalities of Adams County, as well as our neighbor municipalities, were really coordinating on the funding to make sure that we weren't duplicating efforts and we're honing in on the needs in our community. So we started this initiative to have these periodic meetings to get together all the folks from our various municipalities to talk about what's going on in the community, what we need to know, what data we have, what data we don't, so we can identify some solutions. And as part of this, one of the key components is a memorandum of understanding. And for the MOU, there's 3 components. So one is operating in good faith to align with our neighbors, making sure that we're talking to each other and communicating. The other part is each community assigning a member to the core team, and that's the group that meets every couple of weeks to talk about occurrences and to kind of brainstorm solutions with each other. They kind of serve as a representative of the community. And then the last component is a data sharing agreement, and as Dr. Reif talked about a little bit earlier, this means the homeless management information system as well as whatever data that communities are collecting. So that could be policing data, EMS data, behavioral health, sometimes even park rangers are collecting data on homeless encampments and things of that nature. All of these things we're interested in, and so we're able to collect all of that information, analyze it, and then report it back. And then for outputs and outcomes, so I mentioned we're collecting all of this data. In our department at Adams County, we have 3 folks on our data team, and we're able to take in all of this information, really analyze it at a high level, create some data visualizations, and then give it back to the communities of Adams County as well. And so with this information, we're hoping not only to give reports to specific communities, but also to create a recommendation document for what types of evidence-based interventions might make the most sense for Adams County or for Commerce City. And so that's something that we've started working on. We're probably going to go through many iterations, especially as we get more communities participating in our MOU and we get more data that's coming in. And then we're going to work with MDHI on that to make sure that it's all vetted, is based in data, and we're identifying solutions that have been successful in other communities similar to Adams County and Commerce City. But our ultimate goal is to take all of this to implement some real life interventions so that we can make homelessness rare, brief, and one time in Adams County. So just to illustrate this a little bit, we have some examples of what regional partnership looks like. And so all of the examples that I'll talk about in the next 2 slides are interventions that have been implemented in Adams County and the surrounding region that don't just serve the community that they're based out of, but actually the region as a whole. So I'll highlight just a couple. We had the winter housing program in the city of North Glen, which unfortunately has been sunsetted because that property had some plans for the future. But this was a congregate emergency shelter that served not just the city of North Glen, but also the surrounding community. We also have a mail room out of the city of North Glen where we can store vital documents for people experiencing homelessness. We have a smart bench in unincorporated Adams County. It's a solar-powered Wi-Fi bench that people can go do their case management appointments at. We're soon to get one in Commerce City as well, which is very exciting. And then in Commerce City, there's also 2 safe parking lots, which is great, and that is not only open to Commerce City residents, but also the region as a whole. Oh, and I should mention as well, the ones that are in orange, these are American Rescue Plan funded projects, and the ones in black are other sources of funding. So a couple more here. We have quarterly Navigate Adams resource fairs, and they rotate between our municipalities. We actually just had one in Commerce City recently at Impacto de Fe, which went very well. City of Brighton has a housing navigation center as well, which is a drop-in center for folks that might need help filling out a rental assistance or something of that nature. mobile showers and laundry. We do have a site at our Human Services Center in the city of Westminster, where folks can go get access to sanitation services. So again, just honing in, these are all programs and services that are based out of a community, but don't just serve that community. And that's really probably what we're going to need as a region. We don't need an emergency shelter in every single municipality, but what we need is to have all of the interventions and them to be open and accessible to everybody throughout the region. We can all just take one slice of that pie, as long as Adams County as a whole has an entire pie. So honing in just a little bit more on the Memorandum of Understanding. So this is something that we have almost all of our municipalities in Adams County have signed onto, which has been incredible. Since this is still on the table for Commerce City, I just want to emphasize that with this MOU, it isn't a commitment of funding, it's not a commitment of staff, it's not a commitment of resources. What it is operating in good faith, to be a good collaborator and working with our municipal neighbors in the region. And then I know that, Commerce City, we've had folks attending the core team meetings this entire time, right? We just need that last signature on the document. So we are looking forward to that in the future, if you all are open to it. However, Adams County does have a firm commitment as part of this MOU. And so for us, it's continuing new partnerships with nonprofit agencies, as well as continuing our existing partnerships, supporting new projects that come about, whether that's funding, whether that's looking at the data to understand what might be needed, and then identifying funding sources. Sometimes that's Adams County's general funds, sometimes that's grant funds. For American Rescue Plan dollars, we have allocated tranches 1 and 2. However, there might be some recapture dollars in the future that could be open for a project. And that is it for my section. So I'll pass it over to Jen to close it out, but looking forward to discussing with you all a little bit more.
So what do we need tonight from you to keep this moving forward? We'd like your permission to put the MOU back on the agenda for discussion and for your votes. So again, we've been participating with all our neighbors, but we'd like to be able to be a part of it officially through the MOU so that we could take advantage of all the opportunities we have there. We'd like you to authorize our expenditure of ARPA funds for emergency shelter stand-up. That will come back to you for an appropriation and approval of bid when we awarding a contract when we get that done, but we'd like to move forward with it. We'd like you to authorize us to look for land for the Bridge Housing and Resource Center with permanent supportive housing to bring back those locations to you, so we then could enter into contracts for design and move that forward. And then if in doing that, to authorize staff to obtain commitments in writing from the agencies that would provide the wraparound services. We've had conceptual conversations with them, but until we have something that we're actually doing, we don't have written approval. We don't think we'll have any problem with that because they've been enthusiastic in working with us. And I just want to close this with, I'm passionate about this. This is something I believe in. This is a success story. One of my previous lives, the facility on the right we built, it's what we're talking about. It's a building that has 60 single-room occupancy units and wraparound services for the community on the bottom. The gentleman on the left was the very first occupant of that, been on the street for about 12 years when he moved in there. He now is living with my daughter as my son-in-law. He completely changed his life, and it didn't happen until he got into permanent supportive housing with the services. So I learned a lot. I learned a lot through him. I learned a lot by doing this project, but it's really something that I think if we're going to start addressing the problem for our homeless, we've got to have a way to provide services, and we've got to have a way to get people off the streets, because as long as they're living in a tent or under a bridge, they're never going to be able to stabilize themselves. So again, thank you for your time, and we'd appreciate any guidance, any help you can give us there.
Thank you all. Appreciate that presentation, all the information. Anybody on council have any questions? Councilmember Noble.
Thank you very much. I would like context from the county representative, so I have questions. Can you tell me what it is that what bridge housing exists in unincorporated Adams County?
We currently don't have any bridge housing in unincorporated Adams County. There's some nonprofit partners and sites that we're looking at for potential development, but we don't have anything solidified at this time.
Okay, that's actually what I thought. What about services? Adams County moved its services to Pecos from Commerce City. Those services were underwritten by Adams County rather than Commerce City underwriting the services. Can you explain why Adams County chose to move all of its human services to Pecos from Commerce City?
That's a really good question, and unfortunately, it was way before my time at Adams County, and I actually genuinely don't know the answer to that, but I can ask around and we can get back to you with a good answer.
I do think that action put our residents at a disservice
Yeah, I hear you.
because it's very difficult to get bus service over to Pecos.
Sure.
I have suggested before to your boss that the county provide bus service or tram service or something from that same location at 72nd and Colorado to get people to Pecos in order to get services. So some of this, and I really need to emphasize this point, unincorporated Adams County has dropped the ball. I am perfectly fine with Commerce City doing things to help our homeless community, but Adams County has failed Commerce City. Thank you.
I definitely hear you, and I will look into those things, and I agree with you that transportation and proximity is very important.
Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you, Mayor Huesman. If you would stay at the podium, that would be awesome. Thank you. I would definitely concur with Council Member Noble. I was looking at slide 30. It says, what does regional partnerships look like? I thought this was a very interesting slide because you said that the winter housing program, which is listed, is not going to go on. So why is it listed as a partnership? It's dissolving. Then we have safe parking lot, 2 lots in Commerce City. Nowhere else. Navigation Center at Human Services in Westminster. What is a navigation center? And I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I know this is not, you were just sent here as the representative. So please don't take any of this personally. But I guess I'm trying to make a point here. So what is the Navigation Center?
Yeah, so the Navigation Center, so there's 2. One is in the city of Brighton and one is at the Human Services Building in the city of Westminster. And it's a site which provides drop-in services for folks, so they don't need to have an appointment. They can just show up, right, with whatever needs that they have, and they'll be able to be served on the spot. So that's the answer to that question, but
they don't provide a place for anybody to stay, it's just...
No. We're definitely lacking shelter and housing in Adams County.
Right, so you're just providing information on where to go. And I know when I tried to help someone who was evicted this past year, I called to try to get help from Adams County, and I had to do all the work. I did all of the work. And I spent many, many, many days and hours with this person trying to get answers on different things. And I mean, it was like, I could have got the list anywhere, but I got it from a person, and it was like batting the ball back to you. And so I was disappointed in what I got. And if I was the person calling and not having the knowledge and information and experience that I have, I would probably have given up and been homeless. And thank goodness I did have the wherewithal to help this person out. But as far as, like, okay, navigating, but then what happens after you get the information and there's no help? Can you tell me what a smart bench is?
Sure. Just real quick, I do want to address that though. So one thing that I say quite often is it's great to have navigators, but we need to have a place to navigate them to, or else nothing's effective, right? And I think that that's similar to your experience.
Well,
so I'm
yeah,
disappointed
not
to
just
hear that.
navigating them to a place, but actually helping them contact the places to follow through rather than putting the onus on the person who's trying to get help. They weren't getting help. I was doing that for them. And I can tell you, it took a lot of time and commitment for me to do that. And so it's great to have that, but unless you're holding these people's hands, it's not effective and it's not impactful. So the smart bench again is?
I'll answer the smart bench first.
Okay.
It's a bench that has the ability for somebody to come sit down and plug their phone in so they can get it powered up. We're having one put in at the Adams Tower building now that we got, that we're waiting just to get it. It's here, we're just waiting to get it set. But, if you're living on the street again, you've got a cell phone, you got to have a way to charge it, and this is a way to help out with that. And if I could just clear up on the navigation center, we called it a navigation center until this presentation. We've changed it to a resource center, but our navigators would be housed there. And as you heard Sherry talk, yeah, their job is to hold people's hand, is to help them get their services and tell them what's available, but take them to it or send them, give them the resources.
Yeah, but
we
we're
had somebody
providing
need
that.
Social
The
Security
county's
the
not
other-
providing that.
Somebody needed to go to Social Security the other day. We gave them a lift pass, sent them there, kept their stuff for them while they went, filled out what they needed to, and came back. They were able to do that, but if they needed us to go with them, as you heard her say, she took the young man 8 different times to the mental health services. So that's what we would do out of this building.
Right, and we provided that.
With
though.
our people and, again, the other agencies that would come in and provide assistance there.
Okay. So looks like we're getting a smart bench in Commerce City. So all in all, the list, they're regional partners, but the list is pretty slim pickings, and most of it's in Commerce City already. So I just wanted to agree with Councilmember Noble, and we need to do something about that. And the fact that they moved the social services building out of Commerce City over on Pecos, now we have a building that is housed with nonprofits, but so we aren't sending homeless people? Are they not providing services for our homeless people there with the nonprofits and the county presence that's over there?
They are. They have the drop-in housing navigation center there.
Okay, so somebody who's homeless could go there and get help?
Yep, during their navigation center hours. But Councilmember, I agree with you in the fact that we are operating in a resource scarce environment, and that list is slim pickings. And I'll be the first to tell you that. I'm not here to tell you that we have necessarily all the answers, but what I can tell you is that I know that we need to work together with our other various municipalities in order to come up with solutions.
Well, there need to be other municipalities that really step up to the plate.
Agreed, we all do.
And not just put it all in Commerce City. So, Mr. Tolbert, could I ask you some questions, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much for answering those questions. when you look at different properties, you're going to bring it back to the council. I think we have to take into consideration our current residents and what will be acceptable to them as far, so we need to consult with them and before we put the cart before the horse again. So we need to take those people into consideration as well. And are those generators, are they going to be gas-powered generators?
They are, I'm not, they're either gas or diesel, I'm not sure which one.
Okay.
We haven't done it yet, but that's typically what,
I would really
may
like
be-
to be able to look into neurotechnology to see if there's something besides.
sure, we'll,
If
if you
we could do
authorize us
that.
to move forward, we'll look at all the
Yeah, if we
opportunities
could
out
do
there.
that, because diesel generators are going to pollute the air. We already have enough pollution here.
We just,
and-
I agreed, we just got to have large-sized generators to power the
Yeah, I
buildings.
know, so, but I would really like to look at alternatives and possibly some smart storage for renewables
Absolutely.
on that. And so I just really think that we need to examine how we're going to execute this before we put a rubber stamp on it.
So if I may, ma'am, your question about examination of real property, there are certain limitations, and we as staff would have to first identify that property, bring that property forward, and no different than what conversations we have when we're looking to dispose of said property, enter into some due diligence inspection period, which would allow for public involvement. I think it'd be premature for us to assume that property owner A that we'd want to engage would have us go through a public process of that property, knowing that property still could be sold to another party. We'd want to at least be, once again, under contract, and if during that period of contract negotiation, things do not move forward, we have the ability to remove ourselves from that no differently than anybody entering into a real estate transaction. So I think with the process that Mr. Tolbert has outlined, takes into effect that as, yes, a necessary step in this process, but we first have to make sure that we actually have some place to put it and aren't just having an academic exercise of a conversation with our community about potentially where it could be, but really identifying where it is and how we move forward. What are the concerns? What are the issues? Bring that back to council to determine whether or not we then execute or close on said property.
Now, what I've seen is that there's a lack of community engagement, and we need to fix that. And we don't want to have another situation where it's administratively approved, and then the community finds out about it, like the empowerment building on the dog track. There's rumblings in the community on that. And we have to take care of our residents as well. So just want to bring those things up. I think that we really need to be thoughtful in how we move forward. Thank you. And really look at not having Commerce City be the only one that steps up to the plate, and making sure that we do have regional partners who are actual partners. Thank you.
Councilmember Chacon.
Thank you. I would really like to emphasize that we need to work with the county. We worked with the Native American Housing Committee and found at that time when I worked for Spirit of the Sun, we were handing out backpacks We ended up handing out 350 backpacks, including to a family of 4 with 2 children under the age of 2 that lived off the river of South Platte. My brother, this is actually a very personal issue. My brother died houseless. He was dead for 4 hours before anyone even noticed. When we did Native American Housing Committee's survey with Amatulik, we ended up finding out within Adams County alone, 40% were indigenous that were houseless relatives. So it's often because they can't find accessible housing, they don't work locally with the county, they don't work locally with maybe tribal affiliation or Denver Indian Center, or other spaces, that's where they're also falling through the loopholes, and it does end up extending what should be a form of equity to a lot of local nonprofits that barely have the same resources too. So do you have a list of nonprofits that might already be doing that work to help build that capacity within Adams, or can we build some type of list to try to extend where it doesn't always fall to just the city, and if the county needs help, maybe those spaces can help fill those gaps, especially the data gaps? And then, is there a way to also recognize that shelter assistance should be included in summer housing? Just today, actually, on CPR, Healthy Air and Water Colorado just released that it's gonna be another year of extreme heat, and that type of shelter is seasonal. It's not just winter-based anymore. It's now becoming summer issues because of climate impacts and pollution. Is there a way to also extend that type of shelter, that this is a year-round issue now because of pollution and climate impacts?
Yes, ma'am. If that's something the council wants to do, there's nothing that would prohibit us from doing that. Again, as long as we could, balance the use of the facilities we have where we could do whatever the facilities are intended for, plus the sheltering. But you're all right. That's one thing that other cities around us are really aggressively doing. It's one of the things that our Sustainability Action Plan recommended, that we look at summer sheltering for both heat and air quality. So I think that's an opportunity that we can, again, when we equip the facilities, we can use them however we want to use them at that point.
And is there a way that we can build with nonprofits or local NGOs or anyone that can help build that type of capacity with cultural and trauma sensitivity?
Yeah, I mean, there's several nonprofits on this list and Sarah's been working, she and her team, actively. We couldn't do the few things that we're able to do without the nonprofits there. So
I recommend Spirit of the Sun for.
She's got a lot of partnerships that she's already established and working with the nonprofits.
I could help extend that list too, if you would like to, honestly, because we did hundreds of backpacks since 2020.
We'll take all the help we can get.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hurst.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I always struggle with this conversation because directly next door, they're going to spend $1.5 billion in the next 3 years on homelessness. And for them not to be front and center of our partnership is insane to me. They're spending, the Colorado Coalition for Homelessness is spending $100 million a year on top of Denver's $350 to $500 million a year. And we're talking about 10 here. And so to me, we're dropping the bucket in this whole thing. We need to have we're the 5th largest city in the county. I have no problem with us taking the lead because of our proximity and the lack of services here. But without that MOU and without some real regional cooperation, and it's being discussed here, but without that actually happening, I just don't see us being successful as a standalone. And so we really have to leverage Aurora and Denver, as well as our surrounding communities like Westminster, North Glen, all of the other things that we just talked about, or it's not going to work. Bluntly, I'll say I've lived through Housing First, and it doesn't work if we don't handle it well. Because I've lived in Sacramento, I've lived in LA, I've lived in San Francisco. It's what people say that it's working, it's not working there. It's actually getting worse. And so I do believe that programs in Denver are far more successful than they are in Seattle, Portland, San Francisco, LA. But we need to show how we're different, because there's anybody that I talk to that has this discussion doesn't believe that we can be different than those cities that I just mentioned. And so I don't I'm not opposed to us going out there and delivering on the solutions that we're talking about. But I mean, that's like the very beginning, and we have to have regional partnerships or it's going to be a waste of $10 million that we could have spent on the community, on these same people, just in a different way. And so we have to be committed. I guess the reason I even talk about the money is the Colorado Coalition on Homelessness started with $100,000. It's at $100 million now. We put this $10 million in, that's the beginning. We'll spend $150 million over the next 10 years, 15 years if we continue doing this. And so once we engage, if we don't get partners, that's all, we're gonna spend this much money often. And I think it's gotta be all of Adams County that comes together and then works with our neighbor, our largest neighbor, obviously, in Denver City and County. And so I was the first to raise my hand when Denver committed to $20 million for the massive shelter with 400 beds right across Sand Creek from us. I know that we don't have a bridge over Sand Creek, but that is literally in our backyard, and we're not utilizing that. And so we have to extend those opportunities, work with our neighbors. And in certain situations, we might have to put in money to help those resources that we would be expecting, but it's got to be a partnership. I know there are people that live and stay here every night that are part of the unhoused community here, but there's also lots of transient movement in that community that doesn't just stay in Commerce City, it doesn't just stay in Denver, it moves around. Those people move around. I will tell you, talking to someone in the community, when we say we've gone from 2 parking spaces to $10 million, it's a pretty pretty large jump. And so trying to find that balance where we're showing that we're working with all of our county partners as well as Denver, I think is gonna be key for us because, spending that $10 million is that's a lot of money. It's kind of a big deal in Commerce City. And making sure that we're spending it for a long-term investment and being able to communicate that's gonna be really important here because I can't look to very many success stories outside of our state and say, yeah, let's be like that. Maybe Houston, they're definitely progressing, but just wanna make sure that we're having these conversations thoroughly because it's a massive commitment because it's not just this $10 million. It's gonna be every year that budget's gonna need to grow because we're gonna continue to grow services because all of us have the heart to wanna help, but that all costs, it just continues to cost money.
Thank you, Councilman. I wouldn't stand here and tell you that 10 million was gonna solve the problem. I will tell you that we are partnering. My 3rd day on the job here, I went to the very first of these meetings that we were having that Adams County has been pulling together. Like I say, we haven't signed the MOU yet. Council didn't see fit to sign it the first time we brought it. We want to bring it back, but that hadn't stopped us from working, trying to create partnerships. As Sherry said about the people that we've housed, very few of them have been housed in Commerce City because we don't have the housing. If we didn't have the opportunity for Denver to take some or some of our other communities, we wouldn't be able to house the ones we've been able to house. So, when we need emergency shelters, Denver is allowing us to send people as long as they have space. We're sending people there. They just don't have, they're underhoused, under beds too. So we just feel like this is a way to start doing our part. But again, we can't be successful without the nonprofits, without the other communities working. It's a bigger problem than one community is going to solve. And if we don't work together, then there's no way we're going to address it. But the first step is getting some shelter, getting some bridge housing, getting some place that we can put these people that we're dealing with so that we're getting them off the street so we can get them services and make them productive members of the community.
Councilmember Noble.
Thank you. I am in support of the MOU to agree to, of course, be part of the regional partnership that we've already been part of. And I would like to thank our well-being team. You guys have done a fantastic job, so I do want to make that point. I don't want that overlooked. I really do appreciate all that you have done, so thank you. Thank you very much. And I wind up, of course, being the 3rd person who's talking tonight who also had a family member. In my case, it was a brother who was homeless for several years, so I have experience with that as well. Our problem is that we all voted in the previous city council to put our 10 million towards homelessness. And that we wanted to do something big. And I think that, at least for me, I'm not getting the sense that this is big, that it's not in the way of being innovative. I was hoping that we would have prevention as part of this. And I'm talking about people who are living on the edge, like that young man who found himself under a bridge because a roommate or wherever he was couch surfing kicked him out. You know, people, how do we help people who need money at that point? There is a Facebook group called Help Me Denver or something like that, and people are regularly writing in for help. You know, their rent is coming due and some crisis has happened in their family. That was the kind of thing I was hoping that we could help our residents with as well, so that they could get through if they're getting that first new job, that they could get through the month with their rent in order to get their first paycheck and so forth. The other is that I would also very much, and I know you know this is coming because Mr. Rogers said that everybody's been talking about it, that I was going to ask this question, but I have really been wanting to take at least $1 million of it, of this 10 million, to create a grants team for Commerce City, like a 3-year pilot, where we would use the ARPA funds, because in my experience at the National League of Cities Conference, the person from Treasury who was at my table and was the final speaker that day, I think he was, I have the list of people who spoke at that meeting. He said that we could use ARPA money in order to build resiliency. And building resiliency could come in the form of grants. So in order to make more money, then we use the $1 million to make more money. And that would be $300,000 a year for a grants team, which would, of course, not just be salaries, but would include all of their vacation and health and all that other kind of thing, all the other expenses that go on top of it. Or so $900,000 for 3 years, and see if we can actually make more money for Commerce City. I have been on this for several months since we were in DC in March, because we qualified for so many different grant programs due to the nature of our city, because of its makeup, because of the fact that we have Superfund site, because of the fact we have Suncor. All of these things factored into us being able to raise more money. When we raise more money, we can provide more money to the well-being team and actually build it. It would be exponential, in my opinion, if we moved $1 million of that out of the 10 million in order to raise more grants. What have you found out? I know that someone has been in touch with the Treasury Department in DC. What were you able to find out?
You want me to answer it? We could, there's some difficulty, according to our finance department, what they found in this stage of the game in hiring people, but that doesn't mean we couldn't contract to do some of this work. But it would have to be directly related to an eligible activity with the ARPA fund. So housing, homelessness type grants, yes. Start getting off towards the environmental that we've talked about, probably not. But for housing, we probably could do something in putting that together if that's what council desired to do.
So we couldn't use it for the other things that are qualified under ARPA? They said it was about resiliency.
Again, we would have to, it'd have to be very specific to each item. We'd have to look, and it's, you know, the ARPA money is as you know, very restricted. There's no doubt we could do housing work with it, homeless work. Getting outside of some of those on grants might be difficult, but there's enough out there that it might be worthwhile to even just, if we did nothing but that. But that's a possibility. Again, in hiring staff, it's another thing. We don't, you know, with 3 years, and we have to have everything expended by that date that I gave. We don't want, we don't want to build personnel that we would then have to pick up ourselves unless we were committed at the end of the time to do that.
Well,
But-
the theory is that in those 3 years, they would make enough money in order to pay for their salaries. You know,
Potentially.
Councilmember Chacon and I have both run nonprofits, and you don't get paid by anybody but the money you raise. You know, we are entrepreneurs in the nonprofit world, right? So that's how the system works. I think it's worth taking a look at that, but that's not the question you're asking us tonight. Tonight, you're asking us if we want to sign on to the MOU, and I'm saying yes to that. But I do hope that the city council would consider my suggestion of setting aside some of this money to have a grants team that actually makes more money for Commerce City. I am concerned we leave a lot of money on the table when there is so much opportunity that is available to this community. Thank you.
Councilmember Ford.
No.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your presentation. I believe my concerns are similar to everything you've heard from this council thus far. After seeing who's committed and who's doing what at this point in time, I don't have a problem with the MOU. But based on that list, Commerce City's going above and beyond. The one city that I did not see any commitment from was Thornton. It's the biggest city in Adams County. I had a talk with one of our commissioners several years ago about what do we do about the homeless situation. And I can't believe that the county hasn't taken the lead and tried to bring all these cities together to do something at one time, because I work right next to a bridge housing, literally next door to bridge housing in Denver. And the problem that is created for the rest of the businesses in the area is significant. I don't know where you put something in our community like bridge housing. I understand the intent, and I understand wanting to help other people, but the negative impact it can have on the surrounding residents is also a concern. I think what we need to have regional commitment from all of the partners, Adams County and all of the other surrounding municipalities. Because my worry is you build one 60, 80 unit bridge housing in Commerce City, and it's easy then to go, guess what? There's services over there. You need to go over there. And it gives less reason for Thornton, Westminster, and these other cities to do something. I get where your heart's at, and I agree with where your heart's at. The problem is like Mr. Craig, Councilmember Craig said, you're going to just start throwing money at this thing, and that's the problem. Is if we're the only ones in the region to commit to the level of expenditures that you had listed, it's just going to continue to build. And I know somebody has to be first, but there's no reason someone has to be first. We can all participate at the significant level based on our population, and the county should be helping to drive that conversation. But if one city steps out in front of the rest, we're going to take the brunt of the regional homeless issues in our area, and that's part of my concern. I want to get to the point where we're doing our part, and based on that list, Commerce City is doing its part. We've got 2 parking lots. There's not another city in the region or in the county that's doing that. We opened up our rec center for the winter issues and trying to get people off the street and into a environment that is acceptable, at least to provide some heat and warmth and things of that nature. I say we start with the MOU, but I really need to see some commitment from the other partners in the region, and that includes Adams County, because for the county to step up and come here and say, hey, these are the things, we're supportive of you doing all this. But what is happening in the county? What's happening in Thornton? What's happening in Westminster? I'm not seeing it. There's more happening in Commerce City. hey, let's get a smart bench in every one of those communities. Adams County's getting one, Commerce City's getting one, because we're motivated to do some of those things. But if you spend $8 million and put a bridge housing somewhere in this community, I want to know how you're going to deal with the negative impact on property values around that bridge housing. And those are questions that I haven't seen people be able to answer. I watch Portland. You see Portland on the news. You see LA. You see the cities that, San Francisco, that Councilmember Hurst had mentioned. And I don't want to become that. I want to become a partner, but I don't want to become a magnet. And so I'll support the MOU, but I have to see more partnership on the other side of things.
If I could respond to that, I think that, I think we're seeing partnership. I mean, everybody's doing something different. Right now, we couldn't survive, we couldn't house anybody if we didn't have the surrounding communities that are accepting people that we find on the street and we try to get help, because we just don't have the housing for them. They may not be doing an SRO. They may not be doing bridge housing yet. They're all working towards that. A lot of them are working towards that, but we are trying to partner. That's part of the MOU. And I think that the other communities are trying to step up, but this isn't a problem that any one community is going to solve at all. And what we're talking about, while it's a lot of money, $10 million, it's, I think, a proportionate share of the problem when you look at the needs that are out there in the other communities. That yes, they need to step up, and they're doing it in various forms and fashions. But, again, our concern is we've got a very short amount of time to expend the ARPA dollars. Council committed over 2 years ago to spend it on homelessness, and we've been trying to work to find something. As Councilmember Noble said, it's not super creative, but it's state-of-the-art in the industry, and what as we've seen has been successful in other places. You've got to provide housing with wraparound services, some sort of housing, if you're going to be able to deal with the people that are here now that we see every day on the street. A lot of them long-term residents, a lot of them that are, and to get to Councilmember Noble's issue, we are working with the people that are marginal, that are on the verge. This council gave us in the budget $250,000 to use for emergency housing. We have kept roughly 65 individuals and families from being evicted by being able to step in and provide that money that you provided us in this budget. So we're doing that. We have our senior and family navigator who's working with not the homeless community, but other people that are marginalized and having issues. So we're doing a lot of those things. We want to do more, and we've got this money that we know that is not the end all. We think we're trying to find ways where we don't create long-term operating costs to excessive amounts. There will be costs, but we're trying to keep them to a minimum. That's why we're looking for the partners to step in and provide the services in our facility that we run, but they would help provide the services. So again, I think that we understand where you're coming from, but we think that this is a proportionate reaction to the problem.
Mr. Rogers?
Thank you, Mayor. I will do my best to keep this concise and succinct. The last time that we came before you all intellectually challenged myself and staff to go find what are the issues that we are faced with day in and day out in this community with respect to homelessness. What you have before you tonight is that approach to address the issues that my staff sees every day, every night of every month in our city. It is a very tough conversation. I understand and I get that. But what you have is an actionable plan that we can deliver. And this is just a puzzle piece to a larger discussion with the county and with our other partners that are doing the things and looking at the things in their own right for their community. But what you have is what we have identified with the county, with the resources, and with the data to back up how we know that we can address it. It's not going to be the end all be all, but it is the first step to being able to help those that we are attempting to do every day.
Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you, Mayor Huisman. I just wanted to say that I totally support Council Member Noble's suggestion of spending monies to make more, so that we can have something that's sustainable. So I just wanted to let everyone know that I am totally in support of that recommendation.
Councilmember Kim?
Thank you, Mayor. So first and foremost, I am disappointed that Mr. Polo Diaz, our former city council member for Commerce City, is not here standing before us, but is actually on Zoom. I say that with all due respect as well. Secondly, I really appreciate everyone's your guys' presentation, that you guys have provided. As this is something that really is near and dear to me, all in all. So the only thing I will say is based on hearing comments, right, and hearing what we're attempting to do here, is that during administrative council business, my plan is to make a motion to direct staff to move forward with a comprehensive solution that includes the PSH, the Permanent Solution Housing, I think is what it is. Resource Center, bridge housing, and secure funding with a partner and Adams County to support services. That is all.
Any other questions or comments? I want to start by correcting the record. Not only did council a couple years ago, whenever the ARPA funds came out, direct staff to explore doing something with homeless, but we also said we don't have a domestic abuse shelter in this city, and maybe that's something that we can go do that is beneficial to the residents of this city as well. This is it's a zero-sum game. There is no solving it. And the problem is we can throw the $10 million ARPA funds at it, plus another $10 million in reserve funds and everything else. And we are not going to address the homeless problem that the residents of this community and the business owners of this community see on a daily basis. Because our residents and our businesses don't see the person who is teetering, who is couch surfing, who is doing that. What they see are the encampments, the people that are conjugating in the parks, the needles, the paraphernalia, the people who are sleeping outside of businesses in URA areas. That's what the residents see. That's what the residents are expecting the city of Commerce City to fix. And nothing that you have put forth in front of us is going to fix that. Nothing that throwing that money out there and having that is going to do away with the encampments. Because the people that are in the encampments are not the people that are going to accept your services. They're not the people that are going to go to bridge housing. They're not the people that are going to go forward and do with what this money is trying to do. The fact that it is ARPA money and has to be spent south of 88th Avenue. I haven't heard a single resident out there say, please build this in my part of the city. Not a single one. So you're asking the city council to approve spending this money that is going to disproportionately impact a section of the city that is already disproportionately impacted. It just doesn't work that way. Why are we going to cram a facility like this down the residents' throats when it's not one that they want? It's a zero-sum game. We are not going to solve homelessness. We are not going to solve homelessness as long as we have a large city on our southern border. We're not going to solve it as long as all of the cities are doing their own individual things. And we can have the MOU, but the MOU doesn't require cities to step up and do certain things. It says, hey, well, we're all going to work together, great. But we've seen that some cities are doing some things, some cities are doing other things. But none of it is, quite frankly, working. Because the homeless problem is not getting better. No matter how much money we throw at this issue, it is not going to get better. So I struggle with, here's $10 million or 9, and let's go and build this facility and put it next to residents who have zero desire to have it, and then turn around and still not fix the problem that the residents continue to complain about day in and day out when it comes to homelessness. You know, when I ran for council back in 2017, I met a very nice lady. And it was actually at King Soopers over on Parkway Plaza, and she'd been living in the back of her car with her dogs. And she brought me over to introduce me to her dogs. She has since found the help she needed in order to move on, in order to prevent herself from having to live in that car. Those people we can help. Those people we should help. But the people that cause the most issues for our residents and businesses are the ones that we are never going to be able to help. It's a zero-sum game. I have no problem with the MOU. I have no problem with trying to get grant writers in here in order to do whatever we need to do, but I cannot vote in favor of spending money in order to cram a facility down the throats of our residents and businesses in a location that they don't want it. Any follow-ups? Councilmember Noble?
I just wanted to make one point in terms of guidance regarding the ARPA funds. Funds may be used to increase staff capacity in order to stabilize government operations, and that's the resiliency aspect. However, I'm going to make a motion to approve the MOU for the city to sign on to the MOU.
I have a motion for the City of Commerce City to sign.
If I may, the MOU would need to come back on the agenda for signature because I believe it's a draft. I haven't reviewed it.
Okay. Then you don't need a motion to have it come
You
back?
can have a
for
motion for it to come back on the agenda. That's fine.
Okay. I'll make a motion for the MOU to come back on the earliest agenda.
And that would be done by resolution.
Correct. Yeah.
So the motion should be to direct
Consent.
staff to draft a resolution to approve the MOU.
Well said.
That's fine. Yeah.
I'll second that.
Yeah, just
No,
legal
that
needs
was
to
your
review
motion.
it, so, but that's.
I have a motion to direct staff to prepare a resolution to adopt the MOU. Mayor Pro Tem,
I'll second the
I
motion.
have a motion and a second directing staff to prepare a resolution to adopt the MOU. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Kim?
Don't know if it's the appropriate time or not, but I think I would like to add in if the original motion maker would be willing to authorize the staff to move forward with a comprehensive solution, as mentioned earlier, that includes the PSH Resource Center, bridge housing, and to secure funding with a partner in Adams County to support services. I'd like to incorporate that.
Let's have you do that motion separate, okay?
Roger that.
All right. Any other discussion on the motion to have direct staff to draft the resolution to adopt the MOU? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Councilmember Kim, you had a motion that you wish to make?
Yes, sir. Thank you. My motion would be is to direct staff to move forward with a comprehensive solution that includes PSH, the Permanent Solution Housing, the Resource Center, bridge housing, and secure funding with a partner in Adams County to support services.
I have a motion directing staff to implement the plan that they presented to us this evening. Is there a second? Mayor Pro Tem?
Second.
I have a motion and a second to direct staff to implement the plan they presented to us this evening. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Noble?
That isn't technically what I heard Councilmember Kim say. What did you say about, what did you mean by in partnership with Adams County?
I said to secure funding with a partner and to have Adams County to support.
And what does that mean?
That means having Adams County involved in this endeavor as we move forward.
And who would be the partner? What do you mean by a partner?
Mr. Rogers?
So Mr. Tolbert's presentation said that we would seek a development partner for the permanent supportive housing, while the county would provide funding in support of the nonprofit organizations that would be for preventative care, diversion, medical clinic, mental health, and other support within that facility.
As much as I'd like to support that, I can't do that at this time without more community input. I just think that we haven't done enough due diligence, and we're having this conversation on all nights when the Nuggets game occurred and was making history. I would be surprised if we have a whole lot of people watching the city council meeting, so there's even less people involved in it at this point.
Councilmember Hurst?
I had my hand in the air, I apologize.
All right, motion second directing staff to go forward with the plan presented to us this evening. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed?
No.
Motion is going to fail 7-1. Any other motions or discussion regarding the Commerce City Homelessness Initiative proposal? Councilmember Noble?
I'd like to make a motion to divert $1 million of the $10 million for a 3-year grant pilot program.
Can I just make a note? Can you add, assuming it's legally permissible, because I haven't analyzed whether the ARPA regulations permit that specific program.
Yes, I will do that, although I just read the guidance aloud, but yes. So I am making a motion to divert $1 million of the $10 million to a 3-year grant pilot program, assuming it is allowed under ARPA guidelines.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Second the motion.
I have a motion second to divert $1 million for a 3-year grant writing program, providing it is allowable under ARPA guidelines. Is there any discussion?
Then just, if I may, another point of clarification, is there a specific writing program you're motioning for, a specific type of grant writing, or is it a general?
I don't think I need to spell out exactly what I'm referring to. I could say
I just wanted to make
it
sure.
is a, we have the innovation team who's working on the grants. I'm talking about a grant.
A general, okay. Just
Pilot
wanted to make sure I
program.
wasn't missing a
Right.
specific direction. Thank you.
So, but to build staff, build capacity.
All right, motion second directing the staff to use $1 million for a grant writing program for 3 years, as long as it is allowable by the ARPA guidelines. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's going to carry 7-1. Any other motions or discussion concerning the Commerce City Homelessness Initiative proposal? Councilmember Hurst?
Yeah, with how tonight went, I don't know the answer. I really, with us, kind of poised to take the lead on this. I've been part of, the homeless discussion regionally before, and maybe we just need to lead that first. Bring in some of the other elected officials, city staff from all of Adams County, and possibly even invite our neighbors in Denver and have this discussion. That was one of my biggest frustrations about Denver's move across Sand Creek was, I think me and Sean found out about it and brought it to council's attention, but we found out about it 45 minutes before our meeting started, and they voted on it that night. We had never heard about it, and it's 200 yards from our city's border, and so those also you know, even if we weren't going to partner from a homeless perspective, we still are going to have to commit lots of city resources to that. And so just having those level of communications on, you know, the type of actions that come to support all of this, I think is huge for us moving forward. So if we could, you know, with our intentions, take the lead in the county, based off what I saw, I would just you know, obviously we see other type of work being done in the county, but let's continue to work through that MOU to maybe host an event or something where we can all really feel comfortable about the next steps, because I think what I heard from everybody tonight is like, this isn't a 1-year plan. This is like a, you know, 10 to 20-year plan. It would have to be, because it's that level of commitment to try to provide those types of services to those in need. So I think we want to find solutions and we want to use these funds right, but it's a significant commitment. And so having that type of open and honest conversation in Adams County would make me a lot more comfortable before making that type of commitment.
Councilmember Kim?
So my question for staff then is the fact that if we have $1 million that's going to go towards for this grant writing deal, what happens to the other 9? When do those ARPA dollars expire? Again, can you please remind us? And if we don't make a no-kidding solution by what deadline does that money end up going away? If it does at all?
We have until December 31st of 2024 to allocate it. And if we don't allocate it by then, it goes back to the feds.
So we stand at a position with, I will call it, I'd be professionally remiss if I didn't share my opinion. We're at that decision deadline, quite frankly, for us to get to that appropriation or allocation of where those funds are. The efforts in which the comprehensive, the digging in to understand the issues and concerns of the community, all a part of that plan of knowing where we are allocating those funds to. So I still, as we talk about this, and like I said, it's not an easy conversation, nor do I expect it to be one. But I think I need to better understand, my staff and I need to better understand the expectations of our council, how we go about allocating with where we go next, right? Where we stand and where we can apply this. If it's not that target that we are trying to help with those couch surfers, those individuals living in the cars, those teetering on the edge of becoming homeless, but the issues of being with those urban campers that don't necessarily want our services, how do we go about applying the net 9 million? Knowing that, and I'll leave it to Ms. Earl, but the focus from the county is looking more programmatically, not necessarily from a facility standpoint.
I just want to make a legal point with respect to the timing. It's actually an obligation. The money has to be obligated, which is a little more than just an allocation, for example, by a budget appropriation that's specific to an underlying obligation. So in terms of timing, just consider that.
Thank you, Sarah.
Councilmember Noble?
Thank you very much. I also want to remind everyone that there are other uses for the opera funds that we can also reconsider. Our residents are also quite concerned about the quality of water. South Adams County Water and Sanitation District is not eligible for ARPA funds, so we could also designate some funds to South Adams to help them with their PFAS treatment center that they have to build to help take care of our water. In addition, the city can allocate funds for lost revenue that occurred during the pandemic, which is another area that could be considered as well. However, I want to make a motion to approve the track and go equipment and the emergency shelter stand-up, which I believe includes generators and so forth, correct? Yes. And please also include some sort of cooling system that Councilmember Chacon was talking about. But, so 75,000 for the track and go equipment and 1.5 million for the emergency shelter stand-up is my motion.
I have a motion to allocate $75,000 for the track and go system and $1.5 million for the emergency shelter stand-up. Councilmember Chacon?
I second.
I have a motion and a second to allocate those funds. Is there any discussion? Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. My concern or just question I'd like to know is where would the locations be at? I mean, how can we vote on it if we don't know where the locations are going to be specifically?
For the property or for the emergency shelter? Is
For
that
the property, for the emergency shelters, the second part of that motion?
The emergency operations plan that we have identifies 3 locations. There are 2 recreation centers and this building that would be emergency shelters. Eagle Point has always been the first one, and then the other 2 would roll as needed. This would just equip us to be able to use those if we needed them.
And see, that's concerning to me, just even talking with some of the current rec staff and with a lot of the seniors and other, a lot of other people in the community that use the rec centers, and then is that going to increase the burden as well on the rec center staff? Because we're already aware that's creating problems from what the current employees tell me they're dealing with running the rec center and then the homeless, et cetera. So that's, concerning to me.
There might be some times in really, really bad weather that we might have to shut down a portion of the rec center. And we know that rec center staff couldn't manage it. Kirk Dominic, who is the emergency operations person, is working on a plan to use other city staff. We've been talking to HR about how we would do that. So we would supplement rec staff, like many communities do, with other city staff who would pull shifts and help to operate those.
Okay, and it's just during, you're saying cold weather situations?
Well, that's what we had proposed is, and we would come up with we've already got I'm not sure, I forget the exact temperature, but it would have to be below a certain level before we would open them. It wouldn't just be, it got cold. It would be when it was below a certain level. But if council directs, as Councilmember Chacon said, if we want to do it for extremely hot or bad air quality, we might look at doing that. But the generators would give us the ability then to be open 24/7 for folks that needed shelter, whether it be cold or whatever other parameters the council would set.
And then my other concern has like increased security in the parking lot and all that. If we're talking about a 24-hour operation, that's really concerning to me because I've got even concerns with employees who get there at 5 a.m. about not having security at the rec center. So, I'm just thinking of the residents and the employees that, get up there and go to work every day at the rec center, and how's this going to impact them?
Well, with the emergency shelters and the operations of those would have to come security, no doubt. That's part of Kirk's planning.
See, because we don't even have the information yet as the security, or, it's a possibility, but it's, there's not even, seems like a plan in place or anything yet. Thank you.
Mr. Rogers?
If I may offer an alternative, you all may remember back in your 2020 budget, the police department had made a proposal for a standalone emergency shelter. It would not provide an increased impact on our recreation centers, and quite frankly, our recreation centers, even with the standing up of the generators, do not necessarily meet the entire need of a true emergent center. So that was at one point in time, as some of you all may remember being on council, a discussion for these very situations: cold snaps, flood situations, and/or extreme heat. That is obviously a less intense facility, a facility that still is under ARPA, but wanted to put that out there for your consideration or for direction for us to come back and to further examine and to present to you at a future meeting.
All right, motion second to allocate the $1.5 million for emergency shelter supply equipment and $75,000 for the track and go. All those in favor? Any opposed? We need a show of hands on the nays. It's going to pass 5-3. Any others? All right, I'd like to make a motion now. Motion is direct staff to immediately begin a public outreach with the community to determine where they think this ARPA fund should be spent and whether or not they agree with the plans that have been put forward, and figure out what exactly we need to do so that this can be done in as quick a manner as possible to facilitate proper execution of spending the ARPA funds. Mayor Pro Tem?
Second the motion.
I have a motion second directing staff to immediately begin a public outreach campaign to determine what we need to do with these ARPA funds and everything else that I just said. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, do a voice vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously 8-0. Thank you very much. All right. We are done with the homeless initiative proposal. Next up, we have city mission and vision updates. Unfortunately, I look over and I see we do not have all 9 council members here, and I really do think that it would be appropriate to have all 9 council members for such an important conversation. Does anybody on council wish to make a motion in order to continue this item to a later meeting when all 9 of us are present? Mayor Pro Tem?
Let's make a motion to continue when all 9 members are present.
Councilmember Hurst?
I'll second.
Have a motion second to continue the city mission and vision updates until a time when all 9 members are present. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. My apologies to Mr. Wadiola for sitting through this entire evening thinking you get to speak and not being able to.
Thank you.
Man, that's rough. All right, next up, I need a motion second to extend the automatic adjournment time of this meeting by 2 hours. Councilmember Kim. So moved. Councilmember Hurst. Second. I have a motion second to extend the automatic adjournment time of the meeting by 2 hours. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, do a voice vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously 8-0. We will see everybody in the morning. Exciting. Next up is an executive session. I'm looking for a motion second to enter an executive session pursuant to CRS 24-6-402, parentheses 4, sub parentheses A, parentheses 4, sub parentheses E, parentheses 4, sub parentheses B, for the purchase, acquisition, lease, transfer, or sale of any real, personal, or other property interests relating to city property around the Civic Center for the purpose of determining positions relative to a matter that may be subject to negotiation, developing a strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators regarding a potential land exchange and redevelopment opportunity regarding the same, and for receiving legal advice regarding the implications of a potential land exchange. Councilmember Noble?
Yes, I'll make that motion.
Thank you. I have a motion to do so. Councilmember Hurst?
Second.
I have a motion and a second to enter executive session for all those fancy reasons that I just restated. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, do a voice vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously 8-0. Great. We're going to go into executive session again. Council will return from the executive session. The meeting broadcast and recording will remain up if anybody is actually watching. The executive session is estimated to last approximately 1 hour, so plan on 2. And the executive session will take place in room 2308. We'll be back in a little while. Great, can we get rid of this ugly sign? No, I'm just kidding. Hey, executive session is over. Let's move on to the next item on our agenda, which is the consent agenda. Consent agenda includes items that are routine, procedural, informational, self-explanatory, and non-controversial. These items are presented to council for a single motion and vote. Any member of council may ask to remove a specific item off the consent agenda for further discussion and a separate vote. Tonight we have 2 items on the consent agenda. Does anybody wish to remove an item off the consent agenda? Councilmember Noble.
I do not. I was going to make a motion to approve it.
Oh, we haven't gotten to that part yet, but thank you. Anybody wish to remove an item off the consent agenda? All right, I would be remiss if I did not pull resolution 2023-69. Now I'm looking for a motion second to approve the consent agenda as amended. Councilmember Noble.
So moved.
Mayor Pro Tem. Have a motion second to approve the consent agenda as amended. Will the clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2521, an ordinance amending the 2023 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of the Department of Justice JAG grant funds in the amount of $29,001 and the authorization of the expenditures thereof. Your vote is open.
Motion carries unanimously 8-0. All right, I pulled resolution 2023-69, which is a IGA with us and an organization called Catellus who wants to build another detention pond. This is going to be done in the benefit of the city. However, I take issue with this being done, given the fact that the last detention pond that Catellus has built still is not functioning properly, is still a major source of frustration for the residents in the neighborhood in which it was built there, and continues to be something that I continue to get pinged on. How many times am I going to say continue? I continue to get pinged about, given the fact that this thing is nothing more than a huge mosquito magnet. So why are we willing to enter into an agreement with this organization when they have been unwilling to fix the problems that they have created the first time, Mr. Rogers?
All very good questions, sir. I have Sean Poe here with me to kind of talk through some of the details of the negotiations that were handled and some of the assurances that have been made by the developer with respect to the existing pond. But Sean, if you'll relay why this is a need for the city and an opportunity for us.
Yeah, this pond is a little different situation than the pond, which they refer to as Pond C, that's existing. At that pond, they basically had to tie into an outfall that was already constructed previously. This pond is basically, they are going to construct the outfall to ensure that it drains properly and that we're not going to have the issue that we're having at Pond C. I will say too, in discussion with the developer, that they are working on a solution on Pond C, the one that we're getting all the feedback on. And so they've hired a new engineer to evaluate the pond and come up with a solution so that it drains appropriately within 72 hours after an event.
And if you may, Sean, kind of further elaborate on that the pond that's in existence that Catellus would be retrofitting is one that's in support of Bison Ridge, but no longer meets state standard or requirements. And in order for us to do such would be in a cost that is in and above $1 million, if I'm not mistaken, from a capital cost, and would require having to negotiate additional easements with FRICO to be able to properly outfall into the ditch.
Yeah, into Second Creek, that's correct. And then also, the negotiation for this pond is that the developer and/or the HOA will be maintaining the pond on Bison Ridge as well, which is, again, a lower cost to the city for cost of ownership.
Well, Pond C is still owned by the developer whenever you look them up in the Adams County GIS map, and yet it is not being fixed. And one, they took grass that was in place, that was a nice open space, created this pond out here, created a huge mess for the residents. You got everybody pinging about all the number one, all the rain we've got, two, the mosquito issue and everything. And now you're expecting us to say, well, here, go build another pond. And we trust that you're gonna get this one right whenever 2 years has gone by and you still haven't gotten the first one right.
No, I understand the concerns, and we've had those conversations with the developer regarding Pond C. That's why they've hired another engineer to look at this situation to see what they can do to mitigate those issues.
I struggle with that because conversations are not getting it fixed. And Sir, you want to come forward and speak?
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Oh, go ahead, come on forward.
Yeah, my name is Michael Kirkendall, Vice President of Development with Catellis Development, the primary shareholder at Catellis CC Note. I wanted to just address some of your concerns, Mayor, as to the status of Pond C. I think giving a little bit more history to council might be helpful. Not here to make excuses in any way. Pond C was originally a responsibility of the city. And when the original Bison Ridge Rec Center deal was done, the city came to Catellis and said, hey, we really want this land to build the rec center. We don't have all of the funds available to build the actual rec center, or to buy the land, excuse me, but we have improvements that we can do in lieu of the payment for that land. And so the city was tasked with actually building the outfall for this pond. That was supposed to be done by 2017, and we were actually held up on development of the northern part of Turnberry until 2020 because the city had not built that outfall. So in collaboration with the city, Catellis got together with the city and tried to brainstorm and figure out, hey, how can we solve this problem collectively? Catellis itself doesn't actually construct anything. We're, a project manager of sorts. We hire whether it be engineering consultants, contractors, to go out and actually build the improvements. So this was a collaborative solution in order to solve a problem that the city was delinquent on providing to the development. And so we went out, hired some folks. There was a lot of collaboration with the city. I want to just be clear, the pond is draining 99.7% of the water. There's 0.3% per an actual engineering survey that isn't evacuating. We have since let go of the firm that originally designed it. We've brought in other experts, some of which are here tonight, both on the civil engineering side as well as the water engineering side, to figure out a solution for this. We had to do some testing that has to be done during wetter times. It can't be done like when there's snowpack and the ground is frozen. We've since done some of that testing. I myself am responsible for getting all of the right people involved to put a solution together and fix this problem. Again, we're talking about 0.3% of the water that's not draining. I hear you loud and clear. 0.3% is still not acceptable. We need to get to the point where 100% of the water is draining within 72 hours. There's some existing challenges where the outfall of this pond, which was not constructed by us, this was constructed 20 years ago, was built incorrectly. So we've had some challenges that we've had to adapt to in the field. I think that's what Mr. Poe was referring to in terms of this pond that we're discussing here tonight is, in our minds, very different. I understand, Mayor, your concerns about, doing business with us, so to speak, on a new pond when there are issues with an existing pond. I think it's a little bit different in that the outfall for this pond was built in correctly. We came in, we've been trying to figure out a collaborative solution with the city. We've been very responsive to both residents. I've fielded phone calls from residents explaining the different testing and protocols that we're going through in order to solve this problem, as well as with the city trying to find a collaborative solution on getting that 0.3% of water out of the pond. We continue with a mosquito abatement program in response to issues that we've heard from both residents in the city, and we're working with a pump to evacuate that water. I can get into some of the solutions that we've discovered over the last several weeks with the rains and some of the engineering that's been done, but we've been very active in terms of testing different solutions. We want to figure out something that works rather than just throwing a Band-Aid on it. So we've been testing a variety of different things. I'm here, and tomorrow morning we have another meeting to start designing one last test to get the final resolution for Pond C.
Okay, thanks, sir, appreciate that.
So I'm happy to answer any other questions should.
Anybody have any questions? All right, looking for a motion second to approve Resolution 2023-69. Councilmember Ford? Councilmember Noble?
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second to approve Resolution 2023-69. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the clerk please read the title?
Resolution 2023-69, a resolution authorizing contingent agreement with Catellis CC Note LLC for the reconstruction of a city-owned pond to accommodate storm drainage from a proposed subdivision.
All right, I have a motion second to approve Resolution 2023-69. The title has been read. All those in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries 6-2.
Thank you very much.
All right, we're going to move on to ordinances on first reading. Ordinance 2525, recognizing $1.3 million in funds. Anybody on council have any questions? Seeing none, looking for a motion second to introduce ordinance 2525 by Councilor Seidel and approve on first reading. Councilmember Hurst.
So moved.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Second.
I have a motion second to introduce ordinance 2525 by Councilor Seidel and approve on first reading. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2525, an ordinance amending the 2023 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by recognizing certain appropriations in the general fund, police donations fund, and grant funds totaling $1,396,167.99 and authorizing the expenditure thereof. Your vote is open.
Motion carries unanimously 8-0. Next up is ordinance 2527, a marijuana moratorium. Does anybody on council have any questions? Seeing no request for questions, looking for a motion second to introduce ordinance 2527 by Councilor Seidel and approve on first reading. Councilmember Hurst.
So moved.
Councilmember Noble.
I'll second with an amendment.
I have a motion and a second to introduce ordinance 2527 by Councilor Seidel and approve on
No,
first.
not on this one. Never mind. I'm not making an amendment. I second it, though.
I have a motion and a second to introduce ordinance 2527 by Councilor Seidel and approve on first reading. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the clerk please read the title, take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2527, an ordinance enacting a 12-month moratorium on new retail and medical marijuana store licenses in Wards 1 and 2 in the City of Commerce City. Your vote is open.
Motion carries unanimously 8-0. Next up is ordinance 2529, an abandoned shopping carts. Anybody on council have any questions? Seeing none, I'd like to invite Councilmember Noble to make a motion to amend ordinance 2529.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to amend ordinance 2529 by adding the following to the end of subsection E in Exhibit A. Owners shall comply with this section no later than 60 days after the effective date of this ordinance.
I have a motion to amend ordinance 2529 by adding the following to the end of subsection E in Exhibit A. Owners shall comply with this section no later than 60 days after the effective date of this ordinance. Is there a second? Mayor Pro Tem.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second amending ordinance 2529. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, do a voice vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Now I'm looking for a motion second to introduce ordinance 2529 by Councilor Seidel and approve on first reading as amended. Mayor Pro Tem.
So moved.
Councilmember Noble.
I'll second.
I have a motion second to introduce ordinance 2529 by Councilor Seidel and approve on first reading as amended. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the clerk please read title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2529, an ordinance amending Article 2 of Chapter 6 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code to create enforcement and fines for abandoned shopping carts as amended. Your vote is open.
Motion carries unanimously 8-0. Next up is ordinance 2530, outdoor service permits. Anybody on council have any questions? Seeing no request for questions, looking for a motion second to introduce ordinance 2530 by Councilor Seidel and approve on first reading. Mayor Pro Tem.
So moved.
Councilmember Noble.
I'll second.
I have a motion second to introduce ordinance 2530 by Councilor Seidel and approve on first reading. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Noble.
Yes, thank you very much. I'd like to thank the Blue Ribbon Economic Development Committee for bringing this idea forward. In particular, the owner of Ted's Cheesesteak, Theo. Let's hope this works and we get outdoor service and outdoor restaurants, outdoor seating at restaurants again very soon. Thank you.
Motion second to introduce ordinance 2530 by Councilor Seidel and approve on first reading. Will the clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2530, an ordinance authorizing a 5-year pilot program for the issuance of outdoor service permits to allow outdoor service areas for restaurants and bars. Your vote is open.
Motion carries unanimously 8-0. Next up, does anybody on council have any administrative business items that need to be discussed this evening? All right, we'll move on to reports. City Manager Rogers has already given his. Let's have Interim City Attorney Geiger give hers.
Thank you, Mayor. Just quickly, I wanted to thank some members of my staff who worked really hard to get these ordinances in front of you, specifically John Patrick with respect to the moratorium. who worked with Dylan on that, and John Patrick also worked on the shopping carts, and Mr. Hayter worked with me on the outdoor service permit ordinance.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate that, and thank you to all your staff members who worked so hard to get those in front of us. Anybody on council have any questions for Ms. Geiger concerning her report? Do any council members need to make a report this evening? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I will make mine quick and short, but want to let everyone know this Wednesday night, I hope you can make it to the town hall at the Eagle Point Rec Center at 6:00 p.m. It's for Ward 2, and I will be doing that town hall along with staff, and other council members will be present, hopefully. Also on Saturday, this Saturday, I'd like to encourage everyone to come to the Adams City High School. We're, just a reminder, as the city manager mentioned, we're having the Senior Resource Fair, and hope everyone can make it out to that event. And then I lastly wanted to thank Public Works. This week and last week, I noticed them out in the community with all the rain, cleaning out the drains. So I just wanted to tell them thanks for all their hard work. That's all I have. Thank you.
Councilmember Ford.
I just wanted to wish everybody on this council and our staff and members of our community a happy Father's Day this coming Sunday.
Councilmember Noble.
Indeed, happy Father's Day to everyone. And I was present for the Juneteenth flag raising today. It was a really well done ceremony, thanks to Mayor Pro Tem and to our city manager. And I also want to thank staff for engaging with Buffalo Highlands residents over ongoing issues. You know, these won't be resolved overnight, and maybe not to everyone's liking, but I think they very much appreciate, I know they very much appreciate the opportunity to work with you on it. So thank you very much.
Any other council members need to make a report? All right. No meeting next week because of the Juneteenth celebration in Commerce City. So next meeting will be on June 26th. And happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there and all the single mothers who are filling that role as well. And hope you have a wonderful evening. Looking for a motion second to adjourn the meeting. Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Hurst. Have a motion and a second to adjourn the meeting. Is there any discussion? So I'd like to take this time to discuss what it means to adjourn a meeting. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.